grinding away, doing the things. Our neighbor's shop all cleared up, cleaned up. Oh yeah, what are you up to now, man? What's your subscriber count? And I see you post a lot of shorts and stuff, a lot of remixes. Not bad, dude. Yeah, I'm still chilling at 93. Haven't even broken the hundreds yet, but I mean, I make lifesavers, so I don't know how big my sub count's ever really gonna get. I just need to get better at posting good shorts and consistently posting shorts, you know, and finding a good time to post them. That way they actually get viewed and, you know, get across more. It's more community that way. I will say, since the last time I streamed, or since the last time you were in stream, I got this guy here. This is the P1S. Bigger plate volume. It's a 10 by 10 by 10. These are both 7 by 7 by 7. But it gives you the ability to print multicolor. So this is multicolor, this is multicolor, this is my single color printer now. It just helped kind of expedite getting orders out, so I'm not stuck waiting on a printer to get done. bad, not too bad. I've done about 90, what's it say? 98 sales so far. So I've sold 98 lightsabers in less than a year. Working on an order. I just got an order today. That's what these two printers are working on right now. I was waiting for the filament to get delivered for this guy here. Yeah, I mean, they're not doing too bad. Just kind of figuring out good price ranges and when to run sales and stuff like that. It's not bad. Came up with a couple new designs and took a couple of the old designs down. It was a long enough period to know, I guess, like, it gave me long enough time to do some testing, some market testing, you know, now that I'm almost at 100 sales, it gives me a good idea of, you know, out of 100 lightsabers, which ones are getting sold the most. Oh man, I'm gonna have to stop this burn. It's not laying down. Sweet. Waste. For some reason, it didn't want to lay adhesion there. I don't know why. Show you what I'm talking about. For some reason, I decided to start laying the layer down wrong. The layer isn't here. Better not do this. Yeah, it's been a while. So annoying. It decided that it didn't want to stick anymore. PLA green. don't understand. Not changing anything. It's not really changing anything a whole lot. No, eventually there'll still be a giveaway, bro. It's just, I mean, trying to grow first. That video, I will say, never got 100 subs. So, and I also got yelled at by YouTube administration. Technically, I was in breach of contract, offering a giveaway. It's what they call baiting, and they frown upon that and baiting for subs. And what they've said is it needs to be organic. So I got a strike against my channel already. But yeah, I do plan on doing something. It would just have to be it would have to be a different basis. Like I would have to do some sort of not raffle or anything like that. But what do they call it? Like a comment thing, like 20,000 comments, or let me get if I get 500 comments, the 400 comment gets something, kind of situation like that. But it has to be. I cannot bait for actual subscriptions. I have to play the book and play the game the way YouTube wants you to play it. So keep that in mind as you grow your channel. Don't try to bait. You can always put the the whole like, share, subscribe thing on your shorts and all of that. They ain't got any problem with that. But when you're asking for subscriptions based off of, hey, I'll give you this if you subscribe to me, they don't really like that. So don't do it. Very intimidating email I got from them. I will say that. And I also got hit for copyright because I was playing just music in the background one day while cleaning my garage and whatnot. And I wasn't really thinking I've got to have DMCA type music playing all the time. I thought if I'm just hanging out by myself, I should be able to listen to music. I'm not reviewing it or anything like that, but I should be able to just listen to music. No. They will hit you for copyright on that as well, real quick. Alright, let's do this again and hope that it actually works this time around. I finished a stream, it uploaded, and then I got a message saying that parts of my screen were going to be unavailable for view because of music, copyrighted music. So I sat there and I watched my own stream, and yeah, because their microphone or whatever their AI program is that listens to your stream, and it heard music and it put strikes against my video, and there it is for copyright. Disperse time. I don't see why it wouldn't. Printed with silicon four. And I really need this print. Just got stuck because then I just got a whole roll of green filament that I'm never going to use. If I can't rip multicolored stuff, it's kind of pointless. Let's see. I'm gonna step away for just a moment, go potty, and get something to drink. Like I said yesterday, yes, I'm a grown man that uses the word potty, but I have to potty, so I'll be back though. Keep everything, keep an eye on everything. We've got eliminated. We got the old Milos. Not sponsored. I'm hoping that was just a fluke, and it doesn't do it again. That's what you came here to see. Lightsabers, right? That's what you came here for. Thanks, dude. This is the newest model. It's called the Rival. She's super bright. Got all these cool little ports and whatnot on it. Still collapsible. All that jazz. Still super bright. Very well balanced. Thanks. This is what's printing right there. This one, and that one over there. I've been working on creating like a light up situation, so when the blade's closed and whatnot, it just glows green. But when opening, it's got a purple core, a purple glowing core on the inside. So here, I'll show you. Still comes apart like all the others. Just got sections that you take off, and that's your sleeve. That's your core and your light, pretty much. So, like I said, when collapsed, it goes into this purple here. Let me shut it off for a minute. See if you can see it better. Yeah, it's purple core on the inside. Same material I used. The blade I used for the purple blades. Just printed it in a different core. And then when you open it up, because it's a purple core, it glows pretty decently. And then I just decided, like, well, from halfway down, you see more of that purple color. lightsaber looks like. Yeah, super bright. Weird not having anything on it. It's still pretty light there. Still very functional. I like it because it's got like when it's off, when you first shut it off, it's got like this almost teal purple color because both of the colors shining through. And then it just gets rehoused. Put all your rings back on. Make sure they're the direction you want them to be. Top. Screw it on. Switch everything down. Now it's back to being its lightsaber. And I transverse the colors on this one. This one has a purple blade and a green core. It's same model, just I did a little bit different of a design on the pommel on this one. It's got a purple blade in it and a green core, so it does the vice versa. This guy here. Wow. There you go. So you can see them together. Kind of how they look. Thanks. Yeah, the black and gold actually is pretty cool looking. I dig the color on it. It looks neat. And I did like these like I don't know why the camera's flickering. I think it might be because of this. I don't know. But yeah, I did like these kind of false wire type looking things on the sides of them. Kind of give it a little bit more of like an actual functional saber. Yeah, pretty decent. I had I don't know how huge you are into the games or anything like that, but I had a client ask for a Cal Kestis, like a Cal Kestis-esque lightsaber from the games they had, or from the Jedi Survivor games, and she had certain parts that she had collected in the game that she wanted to see if there was any possible way I could make her a dual lightsaber with those parts. So this is a dual lightsaber. The bottoms, I don't know how well you can see that. This guy's got a little knobbin on the bottom of it that screws into the other one, like so. Allowing them to lock together, like so. Making one long lightsaber. Expands, still double bladed in one time. Rocket, two, rocket individuals. This one's going down. I haven't charged it in a while. But yeah, so you wanted to have the dual blade situation. Kind of rocks like that. Wow. What I like about it is how easily they flick open. This position. It's literally just a turn of the wrist open. Pretty nifty. And I will say this one got a little bit more technical. So it comes apart. This sleeve comes off that. This actually unscrews here. And then, so the sleeve, the actual grip section, sleeves over the top of the the light core pretty much. It doesn't, you won't be able to see it light up through here. But yeah, I wanted it to look more refined and more like the actual lightsaber. The best way I could figure that out was to kind of do a sleeve over that, fit snug. And then everything, yeah, same situation, just lines up. Everything just screws back on. Boom. And then you have your slip-on sleeve that goes back on the top, creating your full lightsaber. Yeah, I definitely dig the dual blades. The only issue is how long they really are. You know, this blade right here, from setting the tip on the floor, like literally the tip of the lightsaber is on the floor right now. I am 6 foot tall, and this is above my belly button. So this is over 4 feet in length on one saber. So when you put both of them together, you got like an 8 foot long saber. When you're only 6 feet, you know, that's extra foot either side that you have to make sure you're lifting up and swinging. I do like it was when I played the Jedi Survivor, it was one of my favorite aspects of it, the fact that he had to wield the split in half. Silly with it. This is the Obi-Wan. So this is like my dark version of Obi. As if Obi was if he had fallen to the wrong side. So this one's pretty cool though, because it once again has that light up center section, center core. Super bright. Very nicely weighted. Like I said yesterday, I tried to make most of them as weighted as possible, so that they balance nicely in your hand. It doesn't feel like they're uncomfortable to wield. The more you have down here in the tip, the more it spins better in your hand. person's style. You know, like they had an idea and kind of shot the idea over to me, and then I get to run with it, which is always kind of fun. I like the creative idea. I did like a Mara Jade version. I did a Temple, like a Temple Guardian one. Then a customer had a miniature little prop saber for his desk made for him, but he wanted an actual working one, an actual working version of it. So he shot me over pictures, and I made a replica version of that small saber, except in my size saber and whatnot. Here, I'll show you it. This is the Temple Guardian one. Customer wanted one designed like, you know, the Temple Guardian sabers. You'd see them on the big staffs, but it's got cool little light up ports and stuff on it too, and all that jazz. So when you flick it open, it's got a bunch of extra light up stuff. That one. And then this was the Mara Jade. This is done in my colors. He wanted his black and silver. I did like a patinaed copper and copper. So it does not have any cool light up ports or anything like that. It's very heavy, I will say that. It feels very robust. Same situation though. That one was kind of fun to design. And then this was the one that was designed. This was the one that I was saying was a lightsaber that was a custom lightsaber that a customer used a different site to create his own personal lightsaber. This is the design he came up with, but his was a non-functioning just hilt that sat on a shelf. He wanted a real deal version, so this is what I came up with. It's got a purple blade in it. It's got these cool fasteners at the top and whatnot. I did it as close to his design as possible. This little area in here in his design was of course much thinner, kind of like the Obi-Wan, like when Obi-Wan gets his new lightsaber and whatnot, the Master Saber. It has that little skinny portion right there at the top by the emitter. But of course, I can't do that because I have to fit the blade through there. They did the best I could. He likes it. Hopefully he still plays with it. It's a little weighty, and since it's a little bit longer, it's not as comfortable to spin. Plus, it's got that like raised, like button thing that like Darth Vader and Anakin that were on the Darth Vader and Anakin sabers. And because of that, it's a little bit cumbersome to work in your hand. But it's got good neat feel. I mean, like with that grown man's hands on it. It also came with a belt clip, so you can put it on your belt. Yeah. Look at it. Design my own branched out and designed a couple random things that are not Star Wars canon or Star Wars universe-esque things. I don't know if you like the game Resident Evil or anything like that, but I'm a big fan of it. So came up with these T-virus coils and whatnot. Boom. And you can't have the T-virus without having a way to inject the T-virus, correct? So this is obviously the cure. This is the cure for the T-virus antidote. This is the T-virus injector gun designed here. I used inspiration from, honestly, the Halo pistol. Is a lot of the idea, plus adding on a couple other things like my own trigger style and whatnot. As far as the plunger goes, the plunger does come off the back, branded with your cool Umbrella Corps logo. You can eject a cartridge and swap out the cartridge to a different color if you would like, and whatnot. And it loads back in. Boom. The tip. I don't know how great you can see that. It is a retractable tip, so it looks like you're injecting somebody. Nerd. I'm a nerd. But yeah, things have been tinkering with. Big old injector gun. If you're into Rick and Morty portal gun, gotta have a Rick and Morty portal gun. Cool thing about the Rick and Morty portal gun, it does have a light that you can turn on inside of it. This just locks back down over it like so. That's your Rick and Morty portal gun. It'd be cool if I was at the portal open there. Yeah, just silly stuff. It's got like the C-137, his coordinates to his universe. Get back to his universe. What else am I designed? My own Iron Man helmet is an Iron Man helmet. Of course, I didn't really design it. I mean, I designed the color scheme and I changed a couple things on it, smoothed out the profile. But this is the Iron Man Mach 47 helmet done in my colors. It is all. I have really bad thumb dexterity. Nice. That's what's up. Which one did you do? I feel like every 3D printer, everybody who 3D prints eventually does an Iron Man helmet. I mean, you got to. And once you upgrade to a big enough size, you got to do an Iron Man helmet that actually fits you. That's the next part. So, and of course, Tony Stark didn't design his stuff for people who wear glasses or have big, giant holes in their ears. So, this is always slightly cumbersome for me to put on, just because I have long hair, wear glasses, and have giant holes in my ears. So, I don't know if I would ever be able to be Batman or Iron Man, because you'd have to wear something. I mean, like, if it was just like thing, yeah, I could be Nightwing, I guess. It locks all together. Facial mask goes on. always fun. There we are. So, fits. I am not Iron Man. But I like a rocket with my hood. Like, I feel like this is the look. This is the fit, right? This is the style. Word. I just do the rest of the stream like this. Just hanging out in my Iron Man mask. Yeah. Chilling. I get claustrophobic. I think that's my only problem. Yeah, see, I wouldn't be able to be a hero that wore a mask. I just get too claustrophobic for that stuff. Maybe it wouldn't be so claustrophobic if you were in battle and you were like thinking of other things at the time. But like if you were just hanging out, doing PR events and stuff as Iron Man, it's got to be uncomfortable. But of course, you got to do it in the traditional red as well. You know, I've got a red version. Same thing. All of it. You know, it all comes apart. It goes back together. You just can't put it on without having to take it apart. Stay. Open my big ears again. Keep my hairs out of the way. Jawbone. The only part that's tricky. Jaw. Connecting to the face mask. While trying to connect the face mask to the upper helmet. Boom. That's the right version. I like the other version better. It just looks better. Tough. This one looks like, it looks like Iron Man. His eyes, right here, see it without seeing. That's like this. Glow in the dark filament on the eyes. Make the eyes glow a little bit better. Not hard to see it. But yeah. The Iron Man helmets. You gonna make one of those with the flip open and all the mechanics in it? I've thought about it, but it's a lot of tinkering and incorporating motors into stuff. They are pretty cool. Oh, yours has all the motors and stuff? Sick. Yeah, they're pretty neat. I mean, not gonna lie, I would love a version like that. But I'm too ADHD to sit there and do all the wiring and all of that in here. That's just crazy. Yeah, this one's my favorite one. It just looks very real. And like it was printed in a thicker setting, so the infill's like 100% on this. So it's good and solid. I don't know. Everything about it is like good and robust. And I did glow in the dark filament in his eyes here too, so they glow blue. Back to me. Oh, I printed R2. As you can see, R2's over there doing little R2 things. I think that's about it. I've done some reorganizing. Bought a second motorcycle over the summer, so I've been doing a lot of riding, a lot of road trips. Yeah, that's the gist of what's been going on here in the garage. A lot of staring at printers, trying to make sure everything works proper. That's always fun. Me and my wife are just getting over a cold, so I'm all stuffy and sound gross, and my wife is taking a nap right now. So built a hole. I cut a hole through the side of my garage. Built a little tunnel because on the other side of my garage, I built it's 12 by 8 by 8 shed that I insulated, ran power tubes and drywall, all that stuff. I have 5 cats, so as you can see, one's right here. This is gravy. Get your butthole out of the come on, get your butthole out of the camera. Nobody wants to see your butt. But yeah, so I cut a hole in the wall and built a tunnel between the cat house and my garage. So now my cats have the ability to come in here whenever they want. So right now, Gravy and her son Crash are both in here. She's the mouthiest. No, Gravy, you stay off my keyboard. Here, come say hello. Come say hello. This is Gravy. Say hello, Gravy. Now she just hangs out here with me. Yeah. What? Come over here. She wants up on my desk, and I keep kicking her off. My desk is pretty cool. I can't show you it right now, but it looks pretty neat. I took a door from, it's 125 years old. It's like it was on a house back in 1809. At least that's what the locking mechanism on the inside of it said, the old skeleton lock system that I took out. But it's like shaker style door, so it's got these 5 little bays, divots in it, and I filled it with a bunch of stuff, and then epoxy sealed it, so it's one flat surface and everything. So now each bay's got a bunch of cool glow in the dark stuff and random things in it. It's pretty cool looking. Been printing a bunch of pirate coins. So if you're ever interested in being a pirate, got some pirate coins for you. In multiple colors, just in case you don't like all the shiny glow in the dark stuff. My own playing dice. Printed my own playing dice. Glow in the dark filament, so under a black light and whatnot, you can't really tell. But in the dark, they glow. In the dark, they glow. And they're weighted 6. Nothing good. What else have I been doing? Nothing really. Nothing a whole lot of. Got my lemon trees, or my lemon tree, and my olive tree, and my blueberry bush. And bring them in. It's wintertime here in the Midwest, so can't have things outside like that. I was able to lay this down proper. I think I might just slow down the speed on this guy. I'm gonna slow down the speed on it. Let's see if maybe if I lay it down at a slower speed, it will actually undo. Find out. This one's feeling good. We shall see. Wish there was a way for me to swap, so I'm the little guy, and the printing is what you're seeing in the big one. I know it seems like I'm doing absolutely nothing, but I'm literally waiting on this big This is the only problem I hate with streaming is I can either sit here in the silence and you can listen to me talk to myself, or I can listen to lo-fi and DMCA type music all day. But I need. Is there like DMCA rock music? I don't know. I'm. Let's try to spice up something else, man. This stuff's making me sleepy. Royalty free. Royalty free. Royalty free music. Let's play this. Sweet. I don't know if this is gonna make it any better. At least it's not like you ever just put on a beat and just jam out. Oh, now it got weird. Now the music got real weird. They can't hit you for like DMCA if you're playing your own instrument, right? Stop. Quiet. Oh my gosh. It's too much. It's too much techno-y, like house coffee shop vibe thing. I'm going crazy. Oh, that one's broken. I just realized my cat pushed that down. You ever just zone out and you forgot what you were doing? There's a shelf like right here. You guys can't see it, but there's a shelf that my cat has the ability to hop from a little shelf over here up onto a shelf up here. And then she walks back and forth up there just meowing at me. No, why do you guys meow all the time? I already let you into my shop, and now you guys just sit here and meow at me all the time. And yet I fight battles alone. Don't cry to, no place to go home. And yet I fight, beating in my head. If I can be my own, I feel that. Bye, Right Dog. Have a good night. Yet I fight. Yet I fight. All alone. No cry to me. No place to come home. What's up, Mystical? Yours is actually printing right now. Yours is that one and that guy back there. This guy is printing the Warden for another customer. But yours is in action right now, man. I put those lightsabers over there mainly because I just charged them. So I'm interested to see how long it takes for them to go completely dead. This will give you an idea as to how long it takes for them to go completely dead. So, and I don't know what this music is. Bugging me. I just need to change the music. Yeah, it's driving me insane. does have 30 hours. That's a 3-0. So this one would be a very long print. By, let's say, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock tomorrow night, your model should be coming off of that, getting cleaned up. The core will be done a lot sooner, as well as the blade. I already have the blade printed, so. But everything else, yeah. Since it's a multicolor print, like I said, it takes a while to get that going. Yeah. Yeah, and especially I print it in a 0.12 layer line, so it's more of a high quality to reduce the layer line on it. You'll still see some layer lines. I don't do any sanding or acetone smoothing or anything like that. I do cleanup. I will say I do a post-process cleanup of them, so I'll get all of the supports and stuff like that, anything like that, cleaned off of it. But as far as sanding them down and painting them or doing the acetone bath, I've tried the acetone bath. If you're not careful with it, you'll melt you'll melt the PLA, and then it just looks like crap anyway. And I've tried to heat torch it to smooth them out. When it comes to silk, if you put a heat source against silk again, it takes away the shininess, honestly, and it gives it a really ugly look. So I don't do any of that. I do some light 800 grit sandpaper on like furry edges and uncomfortable spots that I can't lighten to get that clean shiny. Other than that, it's a lot of deeper and cleaning up all the support stuff off of it, making it look nice and clean, and then sending it out. But yeah, because I'm printing on such a thin setting, such a thin layer setting, it takes longer. Like if I would have printed this on a 0.2, it would have been done in like 19 hours. But you would have been able to see a lot more of the lines and whatnot throughout it. So I figured it just helps it look much more refined. And also when you print it in a thinner line, I feel like friction fitness, everything fits a little bit nicer because there's not any over extrusion or anything like that, Alright, it does look like it's laying down the green. Sweet. I was worried, man. It was starting to freak me out. I slowed the speed on the nozzle head down just to double check and make sure this is all going to stick and actually adhere properly. You can't see what I'm seeing, but yeah, it looked like crap. I was very disappointed. Trying to find the next hazard. Yeah. So I have an issue with the green where there's you barely see it, but there's like this little stringiness here. For some reason, the green when it was laying down the bed, okay, I can see a little tag on this side. It didn't even adhere to the black, so it just came separated. And I was worried that for some reason this PLA wasn't sticking to the other PLA, because sometimes that will happen. Like if you use like ABS on PLA, those two things don't like to adhere to each other very well. Or like TPU on PLA or any of that. They have different heating temps and different properties. So melted plastic's not just melted plastic. It has to be the proper kind for it to stick to another kind. So it's just freaking me out. Man, don't tell me I just wasted a roll, wasted money on an entire roll of PLA that I can't use. Because I will say I've never used this green company, this this company that gave me the green, so I like peeking in the top. So if I'm leaning over, I'm sorry. But it's coming along. I got the little light ports for yours already printed. I was gonna ask, so I'm glad you're here. So hang on 1 second. So with these little rings here, these little white rings, they're just spacer rings. I was curious if you had any preference to the color of filament I used for the wire technique on it. I used blue and red on this one. I used black and gray on the other one. I can use glow in the dark filament in there if you want. It's really just up to you. But it's got 2 holes on either side, so for me to run this like faux wiring look. So I was just kind of curious if you had a specific colors that you were trying to get it to look like, or if you're cool with me being creative on that aspect, or anything like that. It's up to you, bro. Really. Yeah, like this one I used white and red on that one, on that side, and then I used blue and black on the other side. So really just, yeah, it's your preference. I want it to be what you want. I want what you want. Help me, help you. Help me, help you. Awesome, thanks, man. Cool, sweet. Cool. As far as, I'll show you what, like, so with like a glow in the dark, this is the glow in the dark filaments and whatnot. I used yellow and blue on this side, and then green and red on the other side. And what's cool about it is they do glow. I don't know if you can see that a little bit, yeah. They do glow. So if you're interested in something like that, I can do something like that. When you turn it on, the idea was for the light to be able to pass through. You can kind of see it on this side. The light to pass through and kind of illuminate these guys, make it look like, lit up electrical lightings. So we'll see. I'm excited. You're like my first real collector as far as like 2 back to back. That's pretty cool. I'm pretty pumped about that. I've only had one other customer do that, so that's pretty neat. Thank you. I woke up this morning and I saw that and I was like, dude, go. cool. I'm glad this is I'm glad it caught somebody's interest. I know it's kind of a random thing. You're just literally watching three 3D printers go to work. But you get to see how it's made. You get to see the process. So, like I said, like I showed you yesterday, all the cores and everything. I've got these are like so your model won't come with any of this. This is like I think your Guardian model had all of this stuff. This is just your cap for your blade plug and to lock down the shroud. I've got extra grips already printed and all of that. So when it comes to orders, I can move efficiently through them. As far as buttons and stuff like that, like I have. Great, you're gonna be able to see these, but I've got all these different bins. I came up with this little stackable bin situation, so I can pre-print all my buttons for the different colors and all of that. So yeah. Oh, that brings me to the next idea. Your power button. So this one has one button on it. It has that one main power button on it. It'll have that one button. I usually default to red. I can do any color you want though. I've got gold, silver, purple, metallic red. I've got any real color that you want for your button. So if you have a specific preference for that color, just let me know. I'll gladly throw that in there for you. And I tried to, so of course I did try to say the Star Wars canon. A lot of their buttons are red, either red, purple, or gold, or sometimes silver. So most of I think the model you got had the button, the main power button was red, and then the two side buttons were gold and purple, more than likely. That's usually my default kind of setting on those, unless you're wanting something different. Then I'll gladly do something different. I can also do a glow in the dark button if you wanted a glow in the dark button. RC looks all cool over there, all lit up. Yeah, for sure. Take your time. I mean, no rush. You got 30 hours. You got 30 hours and 38 minutes to make a decision on button color. So you got plenty of time. I'm excited that I'm this white. Putting the secondary as white. That shroud, I feel like it's going to be really bright against that blade. It's going to look like. I tried to do metallics because I thought metallics would help like a reflection off it, but I didn't even think of if you really want white, if you really want the light to bounce, white is definitely gonna bounce the light a lot more. So I'm pretty pumped to see how bright this is gonna go once it's all comes out. Excuse me. I painted my back wall. You probably didn't even notice. But this wall, you can see that wall back there. It was like ugly yellow and cracking and looked like crap. So tore it out and put a new piece of drywall up there and painted and everything. Try to make that corner look a little bit cleaner in the stream. Thanks. I'm a big fan of the vintage colors. So it's like what I call, I don't know if you ever watched the Andy Griffith show, starring Andy Griffith. But so Andy Griffith, when it was originally black and white, and then it transitioned to color. And when it transitioned to color, Andy Griffith, of course, he was the sheriff of Mayberry, and when it turned to color and you could see the jailhouse for the first time, the inside of the jailhouse, it was like this super green, hunter-esque looking color, and I was like, man, that's a way cool color. So I call it Andy Griffith Jailhouse Green, because that's what it looks like to me. And like the red, the red paints a vintage, like a vintage red. It's the old vintage Harley red that they don't even sell anymore. So yeah, Andy Griffith is the stuff, dude. I still watch all these. I like old television, but I'm an old guy, so I like older stuff. Born in the 80s. I know that Andy Griffith is before my time, but I don't know. There's something about not all the drama, you know what I mean? Like, television nowadays is just full of, like, I don't know, my wife always says it sounds like the TV's screaming at us all the time. Like, yeah, it kind of feels that way, you know? Like, it always feels like everything is full of drama and nothing, like, just cool to chill and relax and watch TV. Like, even cartoons. Like, I love Rick and Morty, but even Rick and Morty is, like, drama, and very intense sometimes. And you're just, I don't know, you're overstimulated. The world is full of overstimulation now. So, whereas television used to be a relaxing thing, come home, relax, and watch the TV. Now it's like come home and absorb all the other drama from everybody else and what they want me to feel today. That's why I will say that's why I'm not on social media. Like YouTube is the most social media I have, other than Etsy. I do have a Facebook for my company, but I haven't been on it once because I'm not a social media person. I like connection and human contact and interaction. Like this is cool. I get to talk to you. That's pretty neat. Not only do I get to make you something, you get to know about me. I get to know about you. You get to see how weird the guy is that makes the lightsabers that you enjoy. You know, And I'm sure Elegant Weapon's probably about the same way. Like it, I saw this. I will say I did see this one meme. I was like, I try to like people, but then they start talking and breathing and stuff, and yeah, then I just don't like them anymore. So. Any bets on which one will go out first of these three? I want to say Anakin's. I'm going to guess Anakin's. Now, technically, wouldn't these both? I mean, yes, he's Darth Vader at that point in time, but technically, they're both Anakin Skywalker. Lightsabers. Yeah, so you get it. I like the personal interaction. It's much nicer than just watching everybody else's drama. One of my Yeah. We'll see which one goes out first. Yeah, but a couple of my favorite channels, like one of my favorite channels, they're letting the channel die this year, and pretty much it's the end of their channel. They did an announcement video, and that bums me out because they're just cool dudes from Colorado that had fun and have faith, and they're good people, and it's kind of hard to find quality content and not just like cash cow content. So I'm a DIYer, so most of my YouTube is like full of how to do this, or watch this guy make this, or watch this person build this, or stealth camper vans. Mystical, I'm going to step out for just a minute, and I will be right back. Enjoy the vibes. Yeah, I'll be back. Oh, it's cool, dude. It's cool. Do you? Everybody from the 313, put your motherfucking hands up and follow me. Everybody from the 313, put your hands up and follow me.
Harry.
Yeah, they do not have the same floor. My favorite is honestly, you seen Skeleton Crew? I like John's. I know it has no real relevance in Star Wars and yeah, kind of pulled out of thin air, but I like the way it looks. I like that. Or excuse me, man, this cold is really kicking my butt. Um, Mace Windows. Mace Windows is pretty dope too. Stinky. Yeah. Come on, search. Cat, I don't want to pet you. Stop. Pawing at my hand. Here, let's click on this. It's on Etsy. You can buy the designs on Etsy for this one. Oh gosh, man. I'm gonna stop sharing this screen. I'm gonna share a different screen real quick. We're gonna share this one. Yeah. So this is Jod's lightsaber. And this is pretty dope. Like, that's a pretty cool look. Oh, come on. Now I gotta open a different window. Go back here. Stay. Yeah, just I like the design of it. It looks very sleek and stylish. It's got a, I don't know, it's just got like a really, really clean look to it, That and dude, Jude Law. Jude Law's awesome actor. I think he's probably one of the coolest dudes. Yeah, look at this thing. That thing's sick looking. I love this aspect of it, how it kind of sleeves into it. Honestly, that emitter kind of like the emitter and the emitter shroud kind of look like something I'm going for with the rival. Crash, stop! I don't want to pet you. My cat keeps trying to jump up in my lap. He was just laying in his own bed, and then he got a wild hair that he wanted to try to be a lap cat for a minute. What's the other one? Yeah, Mace Windu. Mace Windu's. I mean, minus once again, I don't know why anybody would want all this extra funk on the back end, like where your hand would want to go. Like, especially, yeah, look at Samuel. Look at it. Look at that. Oh crap. I gotta share that page with you in order for you to see that page. That's so silly. But yeah, it's just, I mean, I like the sleekness of it. I'm a big fan of that. Like, yeah, see this thinned out, that looks a lot nicer than this big, thick black stuff all over it. And the gold embellishment looks pretty nice. But yeah, Cannon Jars. Oh, come on. Oh, come on, hands. There, we'll just do that. Oh, cheat. Maybe. There you go. Oh yeah, that's dope. That's dope. It's almost got like, I don't want to say cross guard, but it's got like that extra flair. Yeah, that's pretty cool. that extra flare at the top, almost like a, what do they call that? There's an actual technical term for it, and I can't remember it. You got to know a lot about knives and swords. I mean, lightsabers are pretty much just a futuristic sword, you know. So. Fencing, because or saber sword. Let's see if that. Yeah, there we go. It's not the scabbard. What is it? I mean, I guess it would be a guard. The quillion. There you go. Yeah. It's called a quillion. I knew there's a technical term for it. And it's just like the upper guard part of a saber. A lot of the old school, as you can see, a lot of the old school swords and stuff. It has obvious cross guard. But yeah, it's a quillion. Honestly, everybody's like, "Oh, are you gonna make a Rey?" And truth be told, like her lightsaber looks just very, I don't know. It looks like some sort of flashlight battery combo thing compared to a lightsaber. And then, oh, do you think you could do a Kylo Ren? I mean, I can do an idea of having a crossguard blade thing. The crossguard blades would not expand, obviously. They would be fixed. But yeah, it's completely possible. But at the same point in time, it's a 3D printed thing. So you got to think of like durability as well. And the very first time one of those little cross blades gets smacked, or even the attachment that holds the cross blades, because I've already built it, I've already done it, and I've already messed around with that concept. And the very first time they get whacked with some medium force, they snap right off. So it's just not, I don't want anybody to be unsatisfied because their saber broke. So I'll probably never do anything like that, but I definitely, I definitely dig. I've been trying to come up with better ideas of sabers that have kind of a flair to them, or a quillion or something like that. It's just a matter of once again, you're 3D printing, so a lot of it you want to make sure there's not something that is going to be thin and be able to get smacked and broken. So I try to steer clear from that. That's why a lot of mine are kind of streamlined ideas without a whole lot of embellishment pushed off the side. Yeah, that's my opinion. Not that it matters, because I do. Yeah, let's see if I can find it on my Tinkercad. See if I can find that file. View 74 more. Quiet. All of my my cats are being mouthy and think they have the right to say something to me. No, I've already cleaned your poop. I pet you. I feed you. I give you all the love all the time. I let you into my space. And you meow. You meow and you meow and you meow. There it is. So we'll tinker this. And then, so here we'll go this week. Share this screen. All right, so Gravy, you better not. Hang on. Time out. Cat's trying to be crazy. Go places she's not supposed to. No, get out of there. You're not supposed to be over there. You're not supposed to be over there. So don't get on me like I ruined your fun. All right. So I like the dark. The idea, yeah. So the only thing I'm nervous about with her being up there is I have attic access in my shop out here, but the door on it is literally a piece of styrofoam cut to fit and slid up and sat on top of the opening, and because of that, I'm nervous that the minute she gets over there and finds out she can push it up with her head, she's going to disappear into my attic, and then I'm going to have to climb around up there. And I hate spiders, so I'm not trying to get up into an attic space to chase a cat out of a creepy, gross spider-infested thing. So I know this looks funny, especially this piece here. It looks very awkward. But the idea was for this piece. Let me look at it. Come on in. I know I'm sharing this. Thank you. The idea was to have this slide into this piece right here. Let's align these real quick. So, this fits into that. Whoa, like so. And then these little attachments, that little clip right here, is actually dovetailed to pretty much come over to here and match up to that little dovetail there, which would give you the ability to take this one piece, and it's technically supposed to be slid to about there, and that would be right outside your blade. As your blade comes up, the ambient light from the blade would, in theory, light up these two ends, and it does. I mean, like I said, I've already printed this and tried to rework it numerous times, but the issue is that dovetail, this dovetail piece right here, snaps off every time. Oh yeah, no matter which direction I print it, how I print it, or like the beefiness of the print, it always ends up snapping it, and I just didn't want to waste time creating something that was just going to keep breaking. The only other thought process to fix that would be to just put a hole, bring this down, and then attach it directly to the emitter shroud, and then this would slide into that tube. But then at that point in time, this is going to be butting up against the threaded section of your core, which I don't think that ambient light would be bright enough to actually light that up. You would just have two colored blades on the side of it that don't do anything. So I just kind of put that to the side and was like, well, we'll come up with an idea later on that one. We'll keep working on it. I mean, like I said, I've got so many models that I'm still kind of running through, concept piece, things like that, how to make them all work properly. Yeah, this is my Tinker Caddy stuff. Like, I'm working on Qui-Gon Jinn model. Haven't quite got it there. What else? An Old Republic. This is a model that I'm working on called the Old Republic, and it was pulled from the earlier ideas. I don't know if you read any of like the Star Wars comics or anything like that, but there's the Old Republic before everything. There's this guy. It looks funny right now because it's all loading in. But give it a minute. And this is still a work in progress too, because you got to make sure everything fits. Everything can be colored, can be printed nicely. I have printed the shroud. The problem that I'm having with the shroud is these are very pointy. So trying to close it, you do stab your hand. It's not the most comfortable hand feel trying to close it up. There you go. Now it's kind of loaded in. So that's what the bottom pommel section would look like. The idea was to have kind of like a roped grip as well. But upon 3D modeling this and then uploading the file to Bamboo Slicer, Bamboo has a really hard time. Well, actually, Bamboo has a great time, but Tinkercad has a hard time filling in all of these independent voids when you're creating shapes sometimes. So when I sliced it, there were all these broken pieces, and there was like, so sometimes it'll be like, oh, there's what is it, non-linear edges is what they call it. So where edges don't connect, pretty much, of your 3D design. And it can't really draw a mesh for that. It can't really slice a mesh for that if they're not connected. So my first time printing this grip, man, this outside wrap here was just trash. It fell right off. It crumbled in your hand. It felt gross. But yeah, that's one of the models that's working. Oh, and these, if you drop it, once again, yeah, if you drop that in any way, because they're thin like that, makes them more prone because it prints in this aspect, as it goes up and whatnot. So if it's gonna break, it's gonna break in half, not like down it or anything like that. It's gonna snap them right in half. And it kept breaking them right here when I would do my stress tests. And I do stress before I even like decided to sell the models that, these two models that you're getting. I do what's called a stress test. My floor in here is a concrete floor, and I hold them at about shoulder weight, and I just drop them on the floor. Once I feel like I've gotten the model exactly where I want it, I print it, put it together, and literally drop it. And if it breaks, it's a bummer, but at the same point, I would rather it break here than me go, oh, this is really cool, let me get it out to somebody, and then they drop it and it breaks right away. And then every model past that, because it has the same flaw, breaks every time. So I do a stress test, and then I go through and I rework it, and I rework it, and I rework it until eventually it's a functional model. Let's go back. If it'll let me just go back. Yeah, it will, yeah. And then, yep, that was that dude's. On to the next page. Qui-Gon Jinn. Already discussed different styles of pommel. That was when I was doing the Palpatine. Yeah, Obi-Wan, and then a different version that I was kind of creating. That I just gave up on. I will say I tried to give up on the really long pointy things, mainly because I don't want to break. I don't want to create broken product. um, I ride a motorcycle, so this actually was a clip that hooks onto my motorcycle seat, and it allowed me to carry my really fancy, like $400 lightsabers. I carry both of them on my motorcycle and go downtown and duel. So I'm a weirdo. Yeah. So this is the program I use to. I mean, I don't know if you've ever heard of Tinkercad. Tinkercad's pretty awesome. If you're just getting into digital CAD design and stuff like that. I know there's Fusion and Blender and all these other 3D design. This one's just a little more intuitive. I don't have to hold a bunch of extra buttons on the keyboard while moving stuff around, and I don't get lost at what I do. Nice, yeah, fencing's dope. And I'm glad you see that I do try, I try to keep some integrity with that. I don't want, like I said, I don't ever want to sell or take money from somebody for a product that I don't stand behind. You know what I mean? That's just not who I am. Even when I was in the construction world and bosses would mark up prices and I would know the price and I would know, hey man, we're really ripping this person off. I don't really feel comfortable doing that. I don't feel comfortable doing that kind of a job. That's not who I am. I believe that everybody, we live in the land of opportunity and everybody can make money together and we can make decent money and, sell a good product or sell ourselves without, robbing somebody. So, yeah. But yeah, it's pretty, like I said, this is pretty self-explanatory. If you ever get into 3D designing or anything like that. It's pretty basic. You just take shapes, drop them on there. You can change the sizes. You can change the sides depending on your parameters of what you want. Throw bevels on there, all of that good stuff. I have a few shapes that I have pre-manufactured, which helps me move a little bit quicker through the design process. Like this is my light core, which is just a hole punch. So when I get done creating a new pommel and whatnot, I have the ability to just pop a new hole that fits the light perfectly. Pretty much past that, you just so I make sure the threads work properly. I usually choose a photo or choose a file. Usually, core pommel. There you go. Open. Import. My computer's doing 17 different things right now, so it's taking a little bit. There we go. So yeah, and then you kind of take things apart, manipulate it if you want, cut it down. This was just an experimental idea. It kind of sucked. I printed it. It just feels, even if you colored it differently and everything, it just feels not anything you would want. So we'll go ahead and get rid of that. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward. done, you move it over to what's done. Hey, yeah. So it looks like one of your parts is done. Purple core. It's got one little flange on the bottom of it that I have to peel off. This is the post-processing part. It's a brim, so it holds it down to the bed without falling off the bed. The deburr tool is your classic deburring tool, and you go around the edge of it, make sure that you get any excess that was on there cleaned off, so it doesn't catch in the pommel part. Then boom, let's get it done like that. This isn't your core, but I'm going to use this light core just to give you an idea. So, and this is your actual blade core right here. But yeah, screws in, turns on. It's bright purple. It's pretty bright purple. And then you said you wanted a purple blade, and that's, man, this camera doesn't do it justice, but that stays lit for quite a bit. Purple blade. Purple blade in there. Purple blade, there's a little bit of a post process on the blade. So with the blades, there's a little support that gets printed up through the top right there, and then I should grab that support, grab it on you. Technical difficulty thing. My thumbs have really bad dexterity, but yeah, you pull that center section out, it's just a little support, and then boom, you got your purple blade, and then see how they look. Because all of the blade obviously is kind of blocking the light source. That is the blade and core. Looks like everything's good. I don't see any weird defects or blemishes in the blade. I don't see any weird defects or blemishes in the hilt. There is a little bit of feathering on the blade. You probably noticed that on your other one when you turn it on. It's almost like layer lines, but it's kind of like a feathery aspect to it. Show you. Yeah, I can't really get it to show on the camera, but yeah. Yeah, other than that, it's looking. I mean, throw the wiring on and whatnot, but we'll say the white is pretty. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty bright. We'll say that. Yeah, my camera's having a hard time picking it up because the white is so bright. Let's see if I can close this off a little bit. There. No, it's just really hard to see. It'll look better once it's all together, for sure. But yeah, it's looking pretty nice. We'll go to this screen. There you go. So yeah, there you go. That's your core and your blade. Pretty bright. I'm gonna give it some. I'm gonna play with your toy, so I'm gonna give it some test spins. Make sure nothing feels loose or wobbly. Make sure everything slides in nice and neat together. Comes out nicely. That just looks so long. It looks really long without having the rest of the lightsaber on it. Yep, feels good. Feels good. Boom. Now in, let's see, 29 hours and 34 minutes, you'll have a complete lightsaber. And as long as you're happy with it, I'll get it in the mail and out to you as soon as possible. True story. That's there's the professor. Gosh, I can't pronounce his name. But he's the one that pretty much manufactured all the lightsabers, manufactured and helped build all the lightsabers. He worked for the Jedi Order and, worked with the Jedi Order. It's not like he got paid to do it or anything. But, yeah, I had one guy, Professor Clune or something like that. I can't remember his name. He was like, "Oh yeah, you're just like so and so, man. You're like the professor who manufactures lightsabers all day." Yeah, pretty much. there so bright. It lights up that entire corner. That's yellow. Well, I will say I think I'm gonna go grab a bite to eat. I'm just gonna let this stream go for a little bit, and I'll be back. So if you're enjoying the vibes, feel free to stick around. If you got other things to do, feel free to head out. But yeah, I will be back. I'm hungry.
You are listening to South Beats Worldwide. You are listening to South Beats Worldwide. Julius Beats. Julius Beats. Julius Beats. Julius Beats. Julius Beats. Julius Beats. Julius Beats.
trust nobody. I don't even trust my mom. Losing everybody. They can never take the ground. People always choose your side. People always in my line. Never ask me how I'm doing. They just wanna waste my time. So I know ain't nobody. Just stay up on my life. I don't want nobody. Just stay up on my sights. People always pull me down. They just told me that I drown. I'm living how I'm living. All these teachers come around. We don't trust nobody. We don't even trust our minds. We losing everybody. From the drugs to suicide. I was always getting high. Never took a look outside. I was living in the dark. Thinking I would never shine. Now I got everybody. If I wanted this box, I help everybody. Maybe back when it was time. I was broken, I was down. I was lost, but now I'm found. I was fighting in the trenches when no one ever around. So fuck everybody. If you want it, come and get it. I won't hurt nobody. I'm a motherfucking menace. I was showering up the school. I was sleeping at the civic. I was sleeping on my meals. I was reaching on my limits. I don't trust nobody. I don't even trust my mom. Losing everybody. They can never take the ground. People always choose your side. People always in my line. Never ask me how I'm doing. They just wanna waste my time. So I know ain't nobody. Just stay up on my life. I don't want nobody. Just stay up on my sights. People always pull me down. They just told me that I drown. When you living how I'm living, all these teachers come around. They robbed on my money, and I'll never get it back. I don't find nobody, so I'm coming fucking back. I just listen to my lawyers, just don't listen back. So they got this full disclosure, and they coming for my neck. Y'all know shit about me. Just give me my respect. The music that I made, I ain't never got a check. I've been doing all this shit with like two hands behind my back. I just focus on my shows, 'cause that's the only thing that's left. You don't know shit about me, so reason why you don't come around. You scared of me, 'cause I'm talking loud. You know that's no won't come around. You can talk that shit, but don't know about it. See that shit, but don't talk about it. I will scream, I'm still erratic. Since 5 years, I don't know shit, and I'm still trying life up.
if some of these views would turn into purchases, that would be cool. Get lots of likes and lots of views on my stuff, but nobody buys it. So, guess that's just how it's gonna be till I start growing
first wilted, but to understand how this happened, we must go back to the beginning. I started at a river just outside my city. Flowing water carries nutrients, which helps algae and aquatic plants grow. I looked for a shallow spot with just enough current to make sure the ecosystem would stay active. I took out a jar and began filling it with river sand. I tried to collect sand and gravel with different textures, along with a few algae-covered stones. I also grabbed some loose algae, which would serve as food and produce oxygen for whatever ended up living inside the jar. I filled the bottle with river water. Once I got home, I reorganized everything. Now it was time to assemble the jar. I started with the sand and gravel as the base layer. This would allow a bacterial colony to grow and give small insects and worms places to hide. Next came the stones coated in algae, which would add structure and provide shelter. I also placed the loose algae on top so it could keep growing and producing oxygen. I'm a huge fan of plants, especially aquatic ones, so I always try to include them in the ecosystems I built. Finally, I filled the jar with water. I never used tap water because I wanted to keep the conditions as natural as possible. Right after finishing it, you can already see tiny creatures moving inside. The first one to catch my eye was a bladder snail, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's wait a few hours for the water to clear so we can see everything in detail. The next day, the water was crystal clear. As I rotated the jar and looked closer, more and more things started to show up. One creature in particular stood out, a much larger aquatic insect, a Dytiscus. This is a diving beetle, and without doubt, the largest animal in the jar. It's a very effective predator, so it helps keep the population of smaller insects under control and might even attack newborn snails. To breathe underwater, they trap an air bubble under their wings. Here's another species of diving beetle, but much smaller. Another interesting insect in the jar is the back swimmer. As expected, one of the largest and most numerous animals in the jar were the bladder snails. Just a day later, they were already laying eggs, threatening to become a full-on infestation. But it wasn't just insects. There were crustaceans too, like scuds, which look a bit like tiny freshwater shrimp. And one of my favorites, the ostracods, tiny creatures that swim around, carrying their shell like a little seed, filtering the water and feeding on suspended particles. There was also a wide variety of worms and a few other organisms that, honestly, I can't even identify, but not everything would survive. Some species would disappear forever, others would become the rulers of the jar, and surprisingly, some species would appear later that weren't visible at the beginning. I sealed the jar and left it on a bright shelf. I wouldn't open it again for more than 6 months. 190 days later, the jar had changed dramatically. At first glance, it might look dead, lifeless, but as soon as you get close and focus on a single spot, a whole constellation of microorganisms start sparkling like stars. Some algae have lost their bright green color. They're not dead, but they've weakened over time. Others have sprouted fresh new growth. A layer of sediment has formed at the bottom. Algae and bacteria have built colonies under the sand, and you can even see tunnels carved out by worms. On the surface, duckweed has taken over, helping to oxygenate and filter the water. But let's move on to the most interesting part, the animals. The diving beetle survived for months. The rules of nature are the same inside this jar, so eventually its time came. Its shell is all that remains. As expected, most species went extinct and diversity decreased. This is normal and necessary for the ecosystem to reach balance. The species that has clearly become the king of the jar is the scuds. They're everywhere. No matter where you look, there are always several. And it makes sense. They're incredibly hardy crustaceans with a fast reproductive cycle. They even self-regulate. If food becomes scarce, they resort to cannibalism. Some have died, but even dead, they contribute to the ecosystem. Their shells release calcium as they decompose. They seem to have figured out how to balance themselves. Where they once laid dozens of eggs at a time, now they rarely lay more than 10. It's fascinating to watch the snail embryos in time lapse. They never stop moving inside the eggs. One creature I hadn't noticed at the beginning were these worms gathering on the water's surface. I've seen them before in aquariums that are still cycling, but they didn't appear when I first built the jar. They seem surprisingly social, always clustering in the same spot. Going further down, we find ostracods again. Though this species is smaller than the ones I first saw, they have darker spots, while the original ones were more pinkish. If the clip of them attacking the snail goes here, these ostracods stay close to the bottom. I also managed to record a few copepods. Another creature I hadn't seen during the initial setup. I guess with so many larger insects around, I probably overlooked the tiny ones. They're the smallest crustaceans I'm able to film. The two little sacs attached to their back are egg pouches, which they'll release once they're ready to hatch. The last creature I filmed was shocking, a flatworm, like the ones you find in aquariums. But this one was the biggest I've ever seen. Aquarium flatworms are usually tiny. This one was over a centimeter long and surprisingly wide, and it moves incredibly fast across the glass. In shrimp tanks, they can be considered pests, but here they play a positive role by regulating the population of microinvertebrates and snails. To be honest, when I first built this jar, I wasn't entirely sure it would succeed. I've seen it many times in videos, but whenever I tried it myself, it never worked. And yet, more than half a year later, it's still alive.
We just got a joyride order from someone in Austin, Texas. They're like 5 miles away. I'm gonna try to set the record for fastest delivery of all time. They ordered 6 blue raspberry sour strips, and I think I have that in my name. 6:30. Daniel, I'm on my way. It's been about 16 minutes, so the order might go this 130. Normally it takes days for reference. Okay, I think we're here, and I hope he's home. Are you Daniel? Voila! Did you order that? Just ordered this like less than an hour ago. There you go. You a big blue raspberry guy? We just got it. There's a glitch on YouTube. Creators are using this sound to go viral. Don't believe me? I'm gonna show you proof right now. There's hundreds of people using it every day. I only get a couple thousand views, but when I use this sound, I go 1.9 million. This creator gets anywhere from 5 to 4,000 views, but when they use this sound, they got 400K. This creator gets anywhere from a couple hundred to 100K, but when he uses this sound, he got 2.4 million. This creator only gets a couple hundred views, but when they use this sound, they got 3 million in the first day. Don't say I'm not putting you on game because you need to use this before it's too late. There's a glitch on YouTube. They're close to sound catch you, right? It's gonna make you famous. There's a glitch on YouTube. There's a glitch on YouTube. They're close to sound. Bro, you found me. Get lost next to waiting. Stop that fan next to waiting. If you chase a duck, it'll run. So get it. In 5, 6, 7. P6, right? Cause I have $30,000 in credit card debt. When they call, I tell them I can't pay it back yet. Credit card debt. Cause I.
Gravy. Quit it. Gravy. Quit it. Ah. This work. Pretty cool. All right. Let's go ahead and this is gonna take 22 hours. What's up, Rebel? Hello? Oh, you mean? Really good, okay. Rebel. So kiki. He's got to rub himself on everything. Give him another 19 more minutes. All right. Good night, no one. Have a good night.